Hey everyone, Garbage here. Welcome back to another live stream. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello everybody. I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces today. Hello. No VTuber! Ah! Get used to it. Get used to it. Okay, good. Seems like you can hear me. I hope I'm not too loud. Let me know if I'm too loud. But otherwise, today's a very special stream, as you may have figured. I'm gonna be doing a game dev stream. Woo! I don't think I've ever really done one of these before. Okay. Well, if the audio is good, then I'm good. Yeah, but we have not done a game dev stream before, and I feel like making something. I feel like doing stuff again. So, what are we gonna do? Well, we'll talk about sort of the plan for what game we're making. But like the title says, it's gonna be a small game. It's a small game that isn't going to take up too much of my time because I actually want to finish it, right? I actually want to finish it, unlike all of my other projects. And so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna keep it simple. So we'll just take a minute to let everyone kind of settle in, and then we'll get started, I guess. Get started. There's no reason not to. But how is everybody doing? A game where a chicken crosses the road, but it gets harder every time. An interesting idea. Not exactly the idea I had in mind, but it's an interesting idea. What kind of game will it be? We'll talk about it in a second. We'll talk about it. Cookies. Yes, I agree. It's good to see you're doing well, Broccoli. It's been a while. Or has it? You've been in a couple of streams at this point, right? I think that's Frogger in it. Did I just say in it? Yes, I did. I'm turning British. Hey, Cray. What's going on? I missed your last three? Oh, that's okay. That's fine. It was during the Apex streams. Ooh, I remember them. I remember them. Those were lots of fun, right? Yeah, lots of fun. I love playing Apex Legends by Electronic Arts. Yes, I haven't played Apex in like a year. All right. Let's get started. Wow, Godot. Have you ever seen this before? What is this game engine? It's Godot. Actually, I'm kind of big. Let me resize myself. Okay, yeah. So I think the window should be big enough for you to see all of my, everything that I'm typing, all the code and all this stuff. Oh, German chicken. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate the $3.33. Thank you. It's supposed to show like a. It's supposed to show a. Oh, you know what? I didn't put that. Yeah, it was supposed to show an image. Let me see if I can add that right now. Yeah, it was supposed to pop up like on the top left corner, but whoops, sorry. It's just a picture. Okay, yeah. So we'll get started. I'm using Copper Cube game engine at the moment because I'm working on a very simple game. I have Godot and Unity though. Well, I've never heard of that. Copper Cube game. Is that like a 2D engine? Let me see. Has anyone forgotten to add the source? Yeah, me. I forgot to add the stream elements widget to OBS so that it would do the it would do the alert on the stream. Hopefully it will work next time. Are there other game engines besides Godot and Coppercube? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I've heard of this thing called Unreal Engine. Seems kind of sketch. Coppercube is for 3D. Okay. All right. Cool. Right. So let's pull up MS Paint, I guess. And actually, let me add that. Okay, MS Paint. So what kind of game are we making? What kind of game are we making? Game. What kind of game? Right? So, the idea that I have in mind is an FPS. Surprise, surprise, right? In the you couldn't have seen that one coming, right? But I also want to combine it with another type of genre. You might know about it. It's Survivor, right? Like Vampire Survivor, that kind of thing. Have you ever heard of that? Fortnite 2? No. We can't. Okay, but moving on. And I say we can't because I am incapable, not because, I mean, there are other reasons why I can't, but just because I'm not good enough to do that. But so it's a vampire survivors, right? Like you get one life, you try to fight off hordes of bad guys, and if you die, you go back to the main screen, right? And so it's kind of like so it's gonna be like there's like one level, right? It's kind of big, and you just kind of go in there. You shoot stuff. Oh, hey, thank you. Hold on, let me see who just sent that. Oh, again. Did it show up? Garbage chicken. Did it show up? I hope I didn't just cover it up with... Oh, no. It was supposed to show up on the top left corner. God damn it. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Yeah, it's because the MS Paint was covering it. I was covering it. Oh my god, I feel dumb. I'm sorry. Okay, let me. But yeah, here, let me go into Stream Elements. Let me do it manually. Let me do it manually. You deserve it. Thank you for the $1. Let's see. I hope it shows up. Yeah, there we go. It showed up. See? Okay. All right. That's what was supposed to happen. Okay, let me move this down. If I could move it down, that is. Okay, there we go. So it's going to be a 1-level shooter, yes. If you die, you go back to the main screen, and you can and so like the goal would be to like gather like something like earn money or coins or something so you can buy upgrades. Maybe not too much. Like we don't want to go too deep onto that stuff because that's gonna just add like more stuff that we need to implement. So we don't want to go too heavy on that. It's just gonna be a very simple. You get in there, you shoot. Maybe like you play and you can like unlock different weapons or something, right? Yeah, and then it'll be wave based, and there will be stuff coming in and out trying to kill you. That's the general idea. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and I think you guys get the general idea. So I think we're good. Hold on. I gotta take off my sweater. I'm hot. So yeah, that's the general idea. And that's what we're gonna make. Sound good? I hope so. Hot streamer. Literally hot, like I'm burning up right now. Will the VOD be saved? Yes, it will be right here on this YouTube channel, so you can check it out afterward if you gotta go somewhere. Hey yo, chill. Like, yeah, literally I need like ice or something. Okay, let's get started then. And the first thing that I always do when it comes to Godot is I create a scene. Oh wait, let me change this. I want everything to be lowercase. I think that might be in the general settings. Or maybe not. Do I still use Godot? Yeah, this is Godot right here. It is pretty much the only game engine that I want to use. Like, I could use Unity, I could use Unreal, but I choose Godot for many reasons. Many reasons, actually. I'll figure it out later. It's Godot, and you hear people say Godot or Godot. No, it's Godot. It's not Godot, it's Godot. Get it right. Get it right. Okay, so the first thing I always do is I create a scene called run. And so this is the scene that runs the entire game. You run this scene and then it loads all the other scenes and stuff like that. That's how I like to do it. It's kind of like the backbone. It's the command center of the entire game. All right. Okay, let's and so oh yeah, we gotta save it too. What software do you use to animate or track your avatar? I'm using, it's called VC Face. It uses a webcam to animate my model. There are better software out there, but VC Face is free and it's good enough for now. I'll upgrade over time. Garbage, do you have an idea for the setting? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And so I'm thinking, well, maybe we'll get into that in a bit, but first, okay, so we got our run scene. This is like the main scene that we want. Oh, I also need to make sure we can see the actual output. Okay, let me try something. Hold on, don't worry. Something's gonna happen soon. Ah! Okay. We'll get it. Okay, here we go. This is the window that will show up when the game runs. Do it like that for now. Okay. I'm always curious if the VTube track software crash, will it show the face cam or just freeze the VTube model? It'll just freeze the VTuber model. It does not record your face at all. And it doesn't have your face on the software interface either, so it won't show it. Where the hell am I? Okay. Would you be using some AI assisted tools for scripting on stream, by the way? No, I will not be. I gotta say, I kind of don't have any interest in using AI at all for anything, to be honest. Like, I don't like outright hate it. I don't love it either. But it's more that I'm just like not really interested, right? I don't want to learn about it or use it really. So no AI here. Okay. Okay, so now we get to do all the fun stuff, right? So I'm gonna create like a little test world for now. Right. That's a box. And this is a CSG box, right? Which is an interesting box. Because you can do it for like, you can use it for like rapid prototyping and stuff, right? Right, you can pull out the edges and make like geometry and stuff. It's pretty useful. It's not good for a final game though, but it's useful. Yeah. I think learning about it helps, especially since it will probably be used to mess with devs. Maybe. Just to be on top of the technology, I guess it would be worth learning about. Like I said, it's more of a personal interest thing. I just don't have any interest, you know? But maybe I should learn about it. Yeah. And also, I'm going to do something cool. I'm going to do something interesting. I'll show you. All right, this is my favorite thing to do. So I have a little texture that I use for development. I use it all the time. Let's see if I have it. Yep, I do. I do have it. So we're gonna just put that in there. It's a little green square. And actually we're gonna make a new folder and we're gonna make it our textures folder. Right, and then we're gonna keep all our textures in there. And then we'll call this, we'll make a new folder called dev and then put it in there. Right, and so then we can put it to new material, right? And then set the albedo to that texture that I brought in, which looks weird, right? Like this looks weird. But it's not that weird, it's not that weird. Now, hold on. The real magic is yet to begin. There we go. I love it. I love it. Instant grid texture, right? This little button right here is called triplanar. Oh, you can't even see it. This little button right here. There's a little button right here. It's called triplanar. That's the secret sauce right there. That makes it grid-like. And like for the first like year of using Godot, I didn't know about this. I thought you had to do it all manually. Well, thank God you don't have to. And so we're going to change the compression on here to the lossless so it doesn't have any artifacts on it. Yeah, it looks much cleaner now. That's the special sauce right there. You learn that anything is possible. Okay. And then also a good thing about the CSG is that it has collision. And so you can test physics and stuff with it. It's good stuff. That's why Godot has a bunch of little helpful tools like that. Okay, now for the fun part, which is making the character controller. Always enjoy doing that. And so we have a new scene. And the first thing, as always, is to create a collision shape. You don't need to program the collision. You do not. That's one of the beauties of using a game engine, is that you don't have to worry about that stuff, right? So here's our player capsule. And actually, I'm going to move it up so that the feet is at the origin, or the origin is at the feet. Well, you need to click the button with your hand so it's manual in a literal etymological sense. You know what? I guess you're right. It's still pretty awesome, though. I don't think you can deny that. All right. Okay. Here's another awesome, or here's another great thing that we all like. Bean. It's bean time. Look at that. Hell yeah. Bean. Yeah, we can make it a different color too if we want. Yeah, it's a bean. It's a bean. Oh, and you know what? We can also make it look nicer too. We can turn down the roughness a little bit, so it looks all professional. Yeah. Okay. Not that we're ever really going to be seeing this bean, except when we're doing development. And then we'll save the scene. Call it player. Yes, it is. Have you seen a more beautiful bean? I don't think you have. Okay, so next, what we gotta do is add a camera, right? So we add a node. All right, and then we're gonna call this the camera root. All right, and its importance will become clear later on. Love your vids. Thank you, Sunny. I'm glad you enjoyed my videos. I'm glad you're here for the live stream too. You want a golden bean? We might be able to do that. We might be able to do that. Okay, so I'm thinking kind of like a dark orange or like a light or a dark yellow rather. Yeah, like that. And then the other secret sauce. Crank up the metallic. Oh, look at that. Look at that. This is incredible. This is amazing. Okay. It is shiny. It is very shiny, isn't it? Okay. So we're going to add a couple of nodes. All right, so this one. And you can tell that I've done this exact process like about a zillion times because I've like got every step like memorized to a T. Okay, and so this is gonna be it's gonna be called the head. And then we'll add a couple more nodes. And then we'll add our camera. Right. Okay, FOV is fine. Murderous steampunk boiler, exactly. Look at that. It just needs some copper tubing. And like a whistle. It needs like a whistle. A steam powered whistle. The bean. This is the bean right here. The capsule. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so I'm gonna call this node camera anim. I'm gonna call this maybe camera root. Oh, no. I know. View model root. Okay. And there's going to be a couple of other nodes we need to add later, but we'll figure that out. As someone who has made bad game engines, this is way better. Yeah, I gotta say, it's going to be tough to make like a game engine from scratch. When you've got game engines like Godot, which are already like really capable. Honestly better than Unity. Honestly. Right? Not in terms of features or performance, but better. Because of the open source license. Is it Godot 4? Yes, it is. In fact, it's Godot 4. 4.2.1. So the latest version. Okay. Now we can start doing programming some behavior, which is always fun. So one really cool thing about Godot, and also let me know if I'm gonna make the text a little bit bigger so you can read it. But one of the cool things about Godot is that it gives you a character controller template, like from the get-go, right? And then you can, and I like to modify it a little bit, but it just has one right there that you can use right away. Funny thing, I was like, I'm gonna learn Godot since you mentioned it earlier in your videos, and it's 4+ version, and I still have not learned yet. Well, it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy to learn once you get the basics down. Learn it. Learn it. It's a good engine. Okay, so all right, so the first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna change the speed. Well, okay, maybe not. First thing, what we're actually gonna do is I believe we need to create we need to make the direction a global variable, not a global variable, but global for this class. Okay. Okay, so this right here is okay. Oh, actually, but we do need to change the inputs, right? Hey, Garbage, I'm currently working on my own FPS game in Unreal Engine. Should I make a devlog for it? Do you think it will help with more people knowing about my game? Maybe. You won't know until you find out, or you won't know unless you try. That being said, just be careful, because making a game devlog while making the game can slow down your progress. So that's something to keep in mind. But if you're able to do it, I mean, might as well try it, right? That's like one way you can market your game. What language does Godot use? It uses, well, under the hood, it runs on C++, but it does have its own scripting language you can use to program, like game logic and stuff like that. But if you, right, it's called GD script. And if you don't want to use GD script, you can also use C++ or C# or whatever. Like there are extensions and stuff that you can use. It's pretty cool, but I like GD script. It's good enough for everything I do. Okay, so first of all, devlogs are pretty good to watch if I also educate the viewer in some way. Yeah, that is true. If you're gonna do it, put your whole heart and soul into it, right? Because people can tell if you're just doing it to promote a game, right? Like put your everything into making those videos. Be proud of what you do. Okay, so I'm going to add some inputs, right? So we have, I kind of want to, hold on. It's kind of awkward. Let me change it up. I'm gonna do something scary, and I'm going to use a screen capture. No, you know what? No. I don't want to use screen capture. Okay, you're just gonna have to deal with some awkwardness. It's fine. Okay, so I like to make a move forward input that's like your WASD. You have a move backward, and then we have a strafe left and a strafe right, and then also do a jump key, and that should be, oh yeah, and then a primary fire, and then a secondary. Okay. And I'll probably also add in controller support later on. But for now, just keyboard. Okay. I hope this isn't an unfinished project. I hope so too. Like I said, I'm trying to keep the scope of the game nice and small so that I can actually finish it. I know that people don't have a whole lot of trust in my ability to finish a game because I've never done it, and I canceled like the big game that I was supposed to make. But we're doing it publicly now, so I kind of have to, otherwise I'm gonna look like a goober. Yeah, I mean, even when you finish the game, right? There's always gonna be little things that you wish you did or you could add if you wanted to, but that's a bridge we'll cross when we get there. Okay, so we'll change these. All right, strafe left. I trust in you. You can make banger game. Yeah, I'm trying my best to believe in myself. Right. I know I've disappointed in the past. And I don't want to do that again. And so we're just gonna try to blow right through this development, get it done as quickly as possible, and make it happen, you know? Okay, so I don't know why the Godot default does like the player acceleration like this. It's kind of like just not nonsensical. But we'll change it. Okay, so now I'm going to create a function called accel, and that will return our acceleration speed, which we can set here. Then we're going to have a ground acceleration for when your character's on the floor. I think we'll make that like 20. And then we have an air acceleration for when your character's in the air, and that's important to take into account. I think we'll do a 3.0. Aren't most games made with Godot platformers might explain the acceleration? It might, huh? But this is specifically for the 3D controller. And it also has some weird behavior that just doesn't make sense. Like I think like the gravity acceleration is like linear, right? It doesn't increase, right? The way real gravity does. Like, right? The longer you fall, the faster you fall. But it doesn't do that. So it feels weird. And so we're going to change that. We're going to change that. Okay, so yeah. And so if is, or I think we'll do if not is on floor, then we return air accel. Otherwise, we return ground accel. Right? There should be a terminal velocity though. Yeah, you can set it like you can clamp it so that it doesn't go like beyond a certain amount. But going back to the whole comment about Godot being like a game for platformers, it is true there are a lot of platformers, a lot of 2D games. But in the 3D sphere, we've been seeing a lot of interesting stuff like the FPS games. Like you've heard about Road to Vostok, right? That's now being developed in Godot. We have, what is it? Cruelty Squad is Godot. Train the algorithm to do your bidding. I can't I don't know how to train nothing. Large language models, AI, all that stuff, completely just whoop right over my head. Just completely right over my head. I don't understand a thing about it. Spank for disobedience, excuse me? Have I been bad? Have I been a bad game dev? Okay. So I like to do this way, where we have a function that returns like an acceleration, because now you can use this instead of like using a variable, and so you can like set like conditions for different like returns and stuff like that. Dev DOM, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. What is that? What is that even? It's like, okay, you've been a bad dev. Your punishment is refactor this code. Yeah, that's stop. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, so let's handle the acceleration. So, okay, so velocity dot x, right? That's our velocity in the x-axis equals lerp for interpolation, right? And then so we want to start with velocity dot x. And then we want to do direction dot x times speed, right? And then we use our acceleration value and multiply that by delta. And so we should get a smooth, right? It doesn't just like jump from 0 to max speed. It goes gradually, right? From 0 and then gradually up to top speed. Right, because that feels nicer. And then we'll do that for our forward velocity as well. Okay, base Godot user. Hell yeah, hell yeah. We only use Godot here. Everything I do is in Godot. And the funny thing is, I actually started out with Unity. And I actually learned a decent amount. But then I had a feeling. I had a feeling about Unity, you know? Something was bothering me. And so I switched over to Godot. And this was years before, you know, all the stuff about Unity, you know? I had a feeling. I got bad vibes. Okay, we're gonna put the character here. Okay. And so it should just work. Let's see. Oh, it's so big. Why? Surely that won't be taken out of context. Okay, I need a... God damn it. I need a bigger second monitor so I can do all this stuff. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. All right, let's see if this works now. Oh, okay, all right. We're going diagonal, and that's it. We can't do anything but go diagonal. Okay, that's great. We can fix this. I tried Unity in 2019 and everything about it felt very corporate. I think my issue with it, I mean, honestly, I didn't really have that many issues with it. Like I said, I was just a vibe, like a weird vibe I got, right? Okay, not even, okay? You want to know the real reason why I switched to Godot? Because I was stupid. At the time. I didn't know that game engines had like a physics or a fixed step update that happens at like 60 frames a second, and then there was like unfixed step update which happens like as fast as your CPU can handle. And so I was like, why is my character movement so jagged? Like, why is it so stuttery? And I was like really frustrated. I thought that was like something in Unity inherently. I was just like, no, this sucks. So I went to Godot and then I was distressed to find out that the exact same thing happens in Godot. and then that it took me like a year to finally understand what's going on there. So yeah, yeah, that's the real reason why I switched to Godot, because I was dumb. All right. I think I saw your lerping velocity z with direction x. Well, it's supposed to lerp to that value. I think what I did wrong was I probably... here we go. I forgot to change this to z. So it was lerping in the x-axis, right, regardless of what button I was pressing. Okay. Oh, okay, so that's what you were saying. Okay. Love at first code with Godot? Kind of. I guess I did enjoy like being able to do all the programming in GDScript in the editor instead of having to get like Visual Studio. I like that a lot, for sure. All right, let's see if this works then. Let's see if it works. Let's see if it... Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Okay, I'm gonna have to... I don't like doing it, but I'm going to. We're using display capture. I don't like using it, but it's probably the only way. Okay. Now let's see. Yeah, there we go. Okay, it's working. And we have jumping too. But it's a little floaty. We can fix that. Ginormous game screen again? No. In fact, this is kind of a small... Yeah. I love that. I just love that. Okay. So we know it's working, and so now what we can do is we can... Because you're like, wait a minute, it's all sunny and nice looking here. Why does it look all gray there? That's because we don't have an environment set up. So let's do that. All right. Put a new environment. We'll do like just a sky. Look how weird that looks when it doesn't have a sky. Okay. And then we also need a light source too. There we go. And then it should look nice. Yeah, there we go. make game in 240p. I'm thinking about making it at least base. Well, I was thinking about doing it in 640 by 480, but it's not like it really matters because you can just resize the window to whatever you want. Yeah, June, welcome to the stream, and we are in fact doing our very first game dev stream. We're gonna make a small little game, just to make something, you know, because I'm tired of being a game developer, quote unquote, without having any games, right? That's kind of silly, right? What did you miss? We made a character controller, right? So here is our bean. It's our first person character controller, and so now you can move around. No aiming yet, which is what we're gonna do next. I guess we can set the base size, right? Yes, shiny bean. That's our guy. Like I don't know what the logic behind this is, but Godot default window size is 1152 by 640A. I've never seen that before. Like I don't know what that's supposed to be. Like what is that? What device or what display has 1152 by 640A? Anyways, we'll change this to 1920 by 1080 because that's just like the most common. Right, and then if we play, it should be a lot bigger now. Yeah, see? But you can still resize it and all, so no worries. Laptop resolution in 2012? Oh, you know what? That explains some things, right? Because Godot is developed by open source enthusiasts, and open source enthusiasts like using Linux, and Linux runs well on old laptops, like the old ThinkBooks, or what is it, ThinkPads or whatever. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe did they develop Godot on a ThinkPad? Godot devs know what they're doing, probably. Yeah, they do. Sometimes I feel like they know too much about what they're doing, and then they kind of forget what the human experience of using the engine is like. ThinkPads are goated. Yeah, they're pretty legendary. Yeah, I feel like when you get too smart, then you start to like forget what it's like when you were not smart. And I've noticed this everywhere, right? In any kind of field where it requires a lot of knowledge and expertise, it happens. Yeah, specifically the IBM ThinkPads. Yeah, you can get them. You can get like different configurations with all kinds of like. Yeah, they're just cool. They're just cool. You can get them with Linux distro of your choice, pre-installed and everything. I like it. I was thinking about getting one of those in the past, but I like my desktop PCs too much. Okay, all right, let's do aiming. Mouse aim. Okay, so we'll make an unhandled input function. Once you use Arch, you feel like you've transcended any other OS, then you suffer ego death when you realize you are just wasting time trying to optimize things you won't use. I agree. That's why I am avoiding using Arch because I know once I drink from the forbidden fruit or eat from the forbidden fruit, I will never be satisfied with normie computing ever again. And you're reborn as an iOS user once again. Oh my god. Yeah, I think I do like Ubuntu and its derivatives, right? Because I think that it's great for, especially for beginners, because all the tutorials are with or Ubuntu, right? Hold on, I'm gonna make my standing desk a sitting desk. You can hear it probably. Sins of the femboy, sins of the viewer. Forgive me, Father. Okay. Okay, so. Oh yeah. So the next thing we need to do. In the run scene, I'd like to add a new node called. And I'd like to call it options. And so this is where we're gonna keep all of our options stuff. And here we have a mouse sensitivity. And usually I like to be around 0.03. You heard about how holy water doesn't dilute? I have some doubts about that, but go on. Was that an anti-mass spectrometer I've heard? I can't really talk about it. It's kind of a secret. Forgive me, Father, for I have simped. I love it. I love it. Okay, so we have mouse sensitivity there, right? And so here is a little quirky thing that I like to do, and I think people are not gonna super love this, but I like to make a reference to the options, right? And we just call it directly from using an absolute path. Oh my god, you know? This is something that I've picked up, and you'll see why it's useful. All right, so if event is input event mouse motion, I think you can kind of guess what this is about, right? We're gonna rotate on the y-axis minus event.relative.x multiplied by options.mouse sensitivity. And actually, I think we need to make this deg to red. I'm pretty sure the devs had to patch this and they made it be a 1-to-4 conversion. You need 1 part of holy water to secular water to make it the whole convert to holy water. Oh. I see. Thank you for that very useful information. Okay, so let's see. Let's make sure it works. Okay, yeah, it's working. We have horizontal rotation at least. And we need to hide the mouse, and we can actually do stuff. So Minecraft infinite water hole works for holy water? That's a good question, does it? Apparently we have an expert here today. Okay, there we go, yeah, it's working. And now we will do vertical rotation. Okay. And this is one thing that I really like about Godot 4 is that now you can use an export variable, and then you can just click here and then click on the node you need, which you weren't able to do in 3.5. So that's really, I love that. What's secular water? That it's just non-holy water. Okay, so we want to, for vertical aim, we want to rotate the head on the x-axis. Also, Blender just opened up for some reason. That's interesting. Does Node 3D give positional data for lerps? Yeah, it does. Right, so every node derives from node, right? This is the original. And then there's a derivative called Node 3D, and that has, 3D. That has like position and everything. Blender woke up just to remind you. I mean, look, Blender, I use you all the time. Don't get jealous. Don't get jelly. Okay, then we're gonna clamp the head rotation so you can't like. Here, I'll show you what happens if we don't clamp it, right? Right, so we have. Oh, okay. I messed up. I see. I messed up. Okay. Now it should work. So if I drop a marker 3D into the export, I can lerp between them. Yeah, you could. You could. Okay, so we have horizontal rotation, and we also have vertical rotation. But you can actually do this. You can turn your head completely upside down if you don't clamp the rotation. So we're gonna fix that. Blender, get out of here. I use Slapchop for all my 3D modeling needs. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to hear that. I wish you a speedy recovery. Yeah, 0G physics. Yeah, it could be useful if you're doing like a space game or something. So we're gonna clamp it. And so we're just going to restrict the rotation to minus 89 degrees down and minus or positive 89 degrees up, right? Okay, so now you can look up and then that's it. That's as far as you can go, and you can look down and that's as far as you can go. And that's good. That is good. Personally, I am a fan of unclamped vertical rotation. Care to explain why? That's quite interesting. One reason why I avoid it, right? Because if you get it at exactly 90 degrees up, then something weird happens and your camera just starts like freaking out and spinning. That's what, so I like to avoid that if possible. I think it feels nicer to control. Fair enough. I also want to adjust the air acceleration, make it like 1. That way when I jump in the air, it still kind of slows down when you're in the air like that. But it's okay, it's okay. Okay, so that's done. Or have a character designed like a donut clamped between two servos with guns. That is definitely an interesting character design. I can't say I've ever seen anything like that before. Okay, so we have aiming, we have jumping and moving. Oh. I think what I wanted to do was add a double jump. So let's do that. Let's do that. Since it's going to be a survivor game, I think you should add a 180-degree spin button like in CSGO. You know, I've never thought about that. I didn't know CSGO had that actually. Is that how CSGO gets its like spin hackers? Like, do they use that, like exploit that maybe? That's interesting. I never seen that before. Okay, so we'll have jump count, right? Make that an integer, and then starts off with 0. Oh, because it's on console. Okay. Okay, well I learned 2 things to do. First of all, I learned that 180 thing is a thing. And that CSGO has a console port. Interesting. Interesting. That makes sense. Though I'm surprised there's only a 180. Like there's no like 90-degree turn or anything. Okay, and so we will okay, yeah. How do we want to handle the jump? We might have to make like a function to handle that. Okay. What will the player be surviving from? So I'm thinking that the enemies are going to be demons, like various forms of demons, because then I can come up with different types that do different things, you know, or have different behaviors. Plus, I can also make them floating in the air because they're like mythical beings, right? And so that way I don't have to like animate like running animations if I don't want to, you know? Femboy succubi. Well, I mean, now that you mention it, I mean, that kind of does fit with the demonic theme, right? We can make that work. Never pass up a moment to put a femboy succubus in your game. Right? That's just common sense, right? That's just common sense. Okay, all right. Let's do a function to handle jumping. It'll definitely be horrifying. It will be it would be great. It would be terrific fun. I know. Okay, fine, we'll put it here. Okay, if input that is action pressed. No, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Okay. If it is on the floor, then jump count plus equals 1. And then we'll just do another if input just pressed jump. So just make H doom. Is that a thing? Is that a thing? Hold on. What is H doom? It's a hentai doom. Okay. Yeah, okay. Beautiful. 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 I love it. No, I think I should worry about it. I think I'm going to worry about it very much, in fact. Okay, so to do the double jump, right? We need to keep track of how many jumps we've had so far. Right, so... No, you know what? No, we're not going to do it like that. We're going to have to do a... I'm trying to think. Okay. We're going to also have to make sure that we're going to have to like keep track of if we have done a first jump, right? Has jumped, let's just say. It goes false, right? So then that way, if so if we press the jump button while we're not on the floor, we have to check that we have enough jumps left, right? So it has to be like jump count is less than 2, right? If jump count is less than 2, oh wait, you know what? No. Actually, how are we going to do this, right? Because, well, like, right, one of the things that you have to consider, right, is you should be able to double jump if you just like walk off a ledge, right? But you didn't jump off the ledge, right? But we also want to avoid them being able to jump 3 times in that situation. Oh wait, no, it wouldn't affect that, would it? Okay, I know. Has ground jumped and then has air jumped. How about that? Okay, so okay, and then And then that way and so if we're on the floor, then has ground jump equals false, and then it has ground jump is also false. And so in the air would be equal to made first jump. Is that what you're aiming for? Not necessarily. Oh wait. Yeah, we specifically have to track that we haven't jumped in the air yet, specifically. Otherwise, we'll be able to like triple jump, and we don't want that. All right, well, let's test it out first of all. It should work, right? So jump. Okay, so we have, oh, okay, so we're getting, see, this is the problem. We're getting infinite jumps now, right? So it has to be, okay, yeah, we have to set it as it has air jump then. Okay, so now it should work. Yeah, okay. And then if we fall off the ledge, we can still jump once, but we can't jump twice. Okay, yeah, there we go. We got it. We got it. In fact, let's set up a little environment for that. Okay, yeah. And also, let's turn on a little bit of ambient occlusion. Okay. And he has DuckTales moon theme. Yes. Yes, I agree. Okay, so yeah, we fall off, we can jump once, but we can't jump twice. Okay. But if we jump once, we can jump twice. All right. It works perfectly. Okay. Easy peasy. Okay, so now I suppose we can start working on shooting and stuff. And for that, I think I want to start by making... I want to make a 3D model for it. What's the end goal here? The end goal is to make a game, hopefully in like... I don't know, we don't want to spend like years and years on the game. I don't even want to spend 1 year on the game, maybe not even 6 months, right? I want to get the game done as fast as possible just to get something out there, right? So we're keeping the scope small. Any outline in particular? Well, like I was saying earlier, so it's like a first-person Vampire Survivor type game where there's one level that you can be in. And you have to fight off hordes of demons is what we're thinking, right? Hordes of demons. You get 1 life, and then when you die, you go back to the main menu. You can collect money and use it to buy like weapons and stuff like that. Yeah, or like do upgrades or something. We don't want to go too deep into that because then that's going to take up a lot of time, right? We just want to have something quick and simple, you know? And we don't want too many guns either. Okay, so let's go ahead and infinite replayability. I'll be happy if somebody plays it just to unlock everything there is and then never play again. That's perfectly fine by me, right? I'm not looking to get infinite replayability. It's more about making a game that can last long without having to create a whole bunch of like levels and a whole bunch of like, you know, like basically we're not trying to do an RPG here, right? Like, because an RPG you have to have like many hours of story and gameplay and cutscenes and all this stuff, and that just takes a long time, right? So we want something that is simple and can be done, and we can like reuse assets a lot, you know. You should name the lobby where you stock up weapons the steakhouse. Maybe that's not a bad idea. With a steak being staked, yes, exactly. maybe we'll keep that in mind. All right, so first let's create let's give ourselves the ability to shoot bullets. Right, so I'm gonna create another node. Right, and that's like at the origin of the camera. We're gonna call this the muzzle. Actually, do we even need that? We'll do it just in case. And then we'll add a recast. And then we'll set the raycast to be like minus 500 or so it goes out far enough. No projectiles unless we do like a rocket launcher or something, but we'll get there when we get there. Okay, so I'm thinking, all right, we're gonna put a script on the camera root. Actually, let's rename this. Let's call it camera root with lowercase, because I can't stand how it's uppercase like this. Let's rename everything mesh instance 3D collision shape 3D. Okay. Rocket launcher from TF2. Which one though? Which one? Camel case for life. No. Or rather, I like camel case for C type languages, but not for Python style languages. Okay, so the camera root is going to handle pretty much everything it's that is its child, right? Including the muzzle. So we're going to have a function called fire, right? And it's going to require some data, right? So first of all, we need a Well, actually, we don't need a whole lot. Actually, we just need a deviation value, right? So we'll call this a vector deviation, or all right, no, vector deviation. Right, and so the muzzle dot rotation degrees equals vector deviation. Okay, and so this is like for random spread. Muzzle is a node. So not quite the COD NDUT, since the upgrades would happen between the deaths. Yeah, like I said, it's more like a Vampire Survivors, Hollow Cure type of deal. Okay, and then we also need to, we'll call this the bullet cast. Yeah. Okay, and then we'll get a reference to the bullet cast. So raycast 3D. So we'll do the bullet cast. Okay. Hey Garbage, do I still hold the record for making you think the longest? I think so. Also, hey, it's good to see you again. I think so, right? Because like one time you asked me a question and I was thinking on it for like 30 minutes or something, and then I never answered you. I never answered you. So I guess technically I'm still thinking about it. I don't even remember what you asked. Okay, so now we're gonna check if the bullet cast has hit anything, right? So if not bullet cast, now it is colliding, that will return, right? And so, or okay. Wait, no, if if return, right? So then if it is colliding, right, then for collision equals bullet cast dot get collider, right? And then we'll say like if collision that is in group like NPC or something, then we can do damage to it. So we'll just return for now because we don't have any behavior for that yet. Or actually, we might. Okay, yeah. So for now, if it hits something, then we'll just say hit, right? That way we know we hit something, and so we can then create a node. And we'll call this like a weapon function or something. Anyone remember Clone Drones, the Danger Zone? This is sus. This is sus. What are you trying to pull? I know it's a little early to suggest all the stuff, but you should also add a pea jar as an Easter egg somewhere. Yeah, you're right. It is a little early to be thinking about such things, but wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice? Okay, so add the weapon function. Ain't pulling nothing, just asking. Yeah, I've never heard of that actually. Okay, so for the primary, I guess we can do like if input that is action just pressed primary, then is it like a web series or something? Clone drone in the danger zone. Okay, so if primary active, or I guess it's rather if not primary active, then we'll return. Otherwise, we'll get a reference to the camera root. Okay. Then camera root dot fire, and then we'll do some deviation amount. It's a game. Okay, good to know. So let's just do for deviation x. We'll make a constant. And so we'll do a random range, right, from like -5 to 5 or something like that. Same thing with the y-axis. I just reminded because 3D combat against odds, upgrade between matches. Yeah, that's a I mean, it's a pretty common video game formula, right? Like it's kind of like a roguelike almost, right? You get one life, you can upgrade in between deaths. Kinda, sorta, not exactly, but kinda, right? It has voxel-based dismemberment, no less. I've never heard of that. Is it? It almost sounds like a Roblox game. There's a lot like what was it? Lethal Company, the developer started out by making Roblox games or something. That's that's pretty cool. Okay. It's been in development for a while. Okay, so we'll set the deviation to be like yeah, so dev x and then dev y and 0. It feels like a Unity game. Okay. Apparently it's moving towards VR. That's cool. That's cool. It always like it feels like things have been moving towards VR for a very long time now. So I'm wondering when VR is gonna have its day in the sun. You know, because recently, like, because I know a few VR related, content creators, and recently I've been seeing them feeling kind of bummed about the state of VR. I hope they're doing okay. I hope the things improve for them. It's just so hard to get into VR. Like, I've been wanting to get into VR for years, and I just like haven't been able to move on it yet. And I don't know when I will be able to. It's just so much. There's like such a. It feels like there's like a lot of. It like feels hard to get into VR. I don't know why. Like, things are cheaper and the equipment is more convenient to use now, and yet it still feels difficult to get into it. I don't know why. Okay. Also, let us create something. And just so that we know that we're actually hitting stuff, right? So we're going to create like a little marker, a bullet marker. And radial segments. It's like, what is it, 3? And then here we need 6. Was it 6 or was it 3? And yeah, there we go. That's what we're looking for. That's fine. That's fine. Not too soon in the future, I guess, because the Virtual Boy situation. I have not heard about that. What is that? Virtual Boy situation. VR still seems like an exclusive club, even though watching people interact in VRC and seeing how diverse the community says otherwise. I know, right? Like, I mean, I know that, like, VR chat, you don't need VR equipment to do VR chat, right? I don't know what it is. Like, there's friction, right? There's friction to adopting VR that just doesn't exist for other games. And I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. Let's see. Guess we could do... Maybe we'll make like a dev folder for development stuff. I'll call this bullet marker. Yeah, and I have been very interested in VR chat for a while. I don't know, but I just don't feel like the call to log in, you know. So it's difficult. It is difficult. Once you go in, there's never going back. I feel like that is true. Virtual Boy was a Nintendo's attempt at VR. It was a bulky black and red oh, okay. Okay, so that's what you're... Virtual Boy was a long time ago. But... I mean... Well, it's like... it was more about like recent developments with VR. Like I don't remember what exactly, like what the problem was. I think it might have been, I don't know what it is. It's just like I feel like the VR is just moving too slow. Like it should be growing faster, but it's not. And I don't know why. Let's see. Okay, so if so we'll create, so basically every time we hit something with the raycast, it will spawn a little marker there so that we can actually see that it hit. And actually, let's go ahead and make this easier to see. Yeah, and unshaded too. Okay. Don't feel good about giving money to Meta's Oculus. They got zucked. That is true, huh? They did get zucked. I don't know. It feels like a lot of things are just being poisoned by corporate interests these days. It's hard to like support anything. Okay. Okay, so if it hits something, then it will add as a child a bullet marker on the thing that it hits, and it will set the position of the bullet marker as the collision I guess bullet cast and get collision point, right? I think that should do it. There isn't much in the way of AAA VR games out there, and it feels like VRC is holding up the entire VR industry. Is that right? Is that right? I haven't heard much about that. Can't confirm. No VR set as well, but it seems so. I wonder what they're doing. Are they doing anything? Hard to say. Okay, and then so in the weapon function, active equals true. If input.is action release, then primary active is false. And then we'll also set primary active false after it shoots. Okay, and then primary. Okay, so this should do something. This should do something. We'll see if it does. We'll put the player character controller. We'll set the collision to layer 2. And actually, let's set the names of the layers here. 3D physics, we have environment, and then we have character controller. I think Half-Life Alyx is the only AA VR game, and everything else is kind of jank. Yeah, it's definitely, I think, the only one. No, well, that's not true, right? Because AAA studios have made VR games, but Half-Life Alyx, I guess, is like the only game. Like, I don't know. Is it like the only proper like story-based AAA type of game in VR? And like not an indie game? Hardware such as the Quest 3 already costs as much as a normal console. Unless public perception changes, it'll be niche for a while. Yeah, I think so. Modders have put plenty more work into games than actual game studios. I mean, it's true. It's true for a lot of games. Haven't heard about Boneworks or Pavlov in a while, maybe because I've disabled the view history. But still, they've made quite some ripples back then. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, after Boneworks had its big, like media, moment, I hadn't really heard much about it. Like, I don't know if they've kept developing the game or anything. So, but yeah, I haven't heard much about it. Like, the only real VR game that I've really heard like continuous stuff about other than VR chat is like hot dogs, horseshoes, and hand grenades, right? That's like the only one that I know for sure that the developer is still active and is still doing stuff. They fell off, pun intended. Ha 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 ha. Okay, all right. Let's try this. Let's see if it actually works. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay. So it's working, and we have random spread working. It's not going to be this insane, but it is working. So you can see the bullet holes. So yeah, we've got shooting. We can shoot things. Hell yeah. Looking good already. Okay. And so now I'm thinking that I probably want to like make a view model or something. Skyrim VR is really good, but you have to mod. Do you have to? Like, is the vanilla Skyrim experience that bad? I mean, I'm familiar with modding using Mod Organizer too, because I know you can that's what you use for Skyrim too, right? But for me, my experience with modding is with Stalker Anomaly, and that it's like you don't have to mod anything. It's just if you want to like customize the game to be the way you want it to be, but you don't have to. But if base Skyrim is that bad, that is interesting. Yeah, Stalker is probably my favorite game franchise ever, which is saying a lot because my favorite game franchise before that used to be Halo, right? And the fact that Stalker was able to beat out Halo is kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal. Okay, so we do have shooting working. And actually the bullet marker, yeah, so normally I don't like setting, well, like I like to set the position of the bullet marker within the bullet marker itself, not like outside, but it's fine. We'll just deal with it for now. Without mods, it just feels like a desktop game that you play in VR, not a proper VR game. I guess it was kind of like jury rigged to be a VR game. It's kind of haphazardly put together. Like, there are modders who have turned games that were never intended to be VR into VR games, and that is crazy. That's crazy. In terms of player counts, VR is to PC as PC is to mobile, I think. That makes sense, right? Mobile is like literally billions of users, and then PC is like not even close. Yeah, like Half-Life 1 VR, like how they managed that, I don't know. Have you read Roadside Picnic? It was what inspired Stalker. Good read, IMHO. No, I haven't, but I do want to read it. I also want to watch the Stalker movie. That seems pretty interesting. The whole like just Stalker universe really fascinates me. Half-Life 2 VR is one of the best VR games I played, and it's a mod. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, mods are better than AAA games. Indie games are better than AAA games. Like, what is happening? What is happening? There's a movie based on the book that's also great. Ah. Oh, so that was the Stalker movie. Okay, that's what you were talking about. Okay. I guess we could do something fun and model a weapon. The landscape is totally shifting slowly but surely. It definitely is. A lot of games that take full advantage of VR seem to require you to have a room with a lot of space to move around without bumping into a wall or knocking stuff over. Yeah, that's another thing, right? Because in order to, like, one of the biggest advantages of VR is that, you get to like physically be there, right? You get to physically control the game with your body. And it does help to have like a big space around you, right? Because that's how you make the most of the technology. But not everybody has, a spare room with padded walls and, and so it's like things like that make it hard to get into VR. And I don't know how that's going to be overcome, right? Because people aren't going to be spending the money to buy like a omnidirectional treadmill, right? Like, that's like only for the most dedicated VR, people, right? AAA just refers to the budget size. Corps are investing money to turn profits. Indie devs are investing time to show their vision. Yeah, I don't know if like budget necessarily is what defines indie versus AAA. But I do think, like, yeah, that's like a whole big discussion. I don't know if I want to get into it, but it's like for example, like Dave the Diver is a game that was developed by a big corporation, or at least backed by a big corporation, but all the marketing for it was like it's an indie game, even though I personally would not consider it indie. Right? So it's like, okay, so then what makes an indie game? And it's not really clear, but wouldn't that be AA, not AAA? Maybe, but it's definitely not indie, right? Like, even without like getting into strict definitions, like I think most people feel, right, they can intuitively feel that it's not indie. So I don't know. I don't know. Like, for example, Undertale. That's an indie game. But like Bomberman is not an indie game, right? But yeah, there's double A, there's single A, and then there's indie, and or like, what about like a small studio, right? Like a small studio with like 5 developers. You know, maybe like, also another thing, I guess it's like, do you have investors, right? Like, because if your game is being developed completely out of your own pocket or through like community contributions, I would probably say that's pretty indie. But it's like if it's too much money, then it stops being indie or something. I'm not sure. It's very murky. It's very blurry. Would you say Dave the Diver is A? I'm not sure. It depends on what company is behind it, I feel like. Then there's Star Citizen with a whole alphabet of A's. Man, Star Citizen. What a interesting tale. You are a great dev. Thank you. I've just been staring at this one screen for the past 10 minutes, but I'm glad you believe in me. I guess we should, like, yeah, let's do something, right? So first we're just gonna use like a placeholder here, right? So we're gonna put the I don't know if I want to call it view model root anymore. Satire. Oh my god. Oh my god. I've been disrespected. Okay. So I think we're gonna put it with the camera animation, right? Create like another node. This is the... No, this would be the view model root. So this we would have to name it something else. Maybe like camera position. Yeah, there we go. Just add 3 zeros. That's what each A represents. Maybe you're onto something. The killer boiler is getting its... Oh, okay. I was like, what killer boiler? What? Yeah. We're cooking the view model. We just need to get the basic logic down first. Okay, so here's the view model root, and then one thing I'd like to do is add another node to it and call that the view model offset, right? View model offset, and then another one, and then we'll call this the view model rotation, or just rot. I guess that's all we need. And then finally another node, view model anim. Okay. And it seems kind of silly having all these nodes as child of other nodes and parented to another parent, but it all makes sense, I think. Okay, so for now, we'll just go ahead and mesh instance, and we will create a box gun, just a simple box gun. Okay, and then we look into the camera. We set the offset. That's the position of the gun. Sorry, move it forward, move it down, move it to the left a little bit. Yeah, something like that, right? We're just doing this to have something visual while we work on the logic, I guess. Jar bag the garbage person. Is that what you think of me? Am I just a garbage person? Maybe I am. Jack of all trades, master of none. It do be like that sometimes. Bottom left abdomen view. Yes, exactly. If we wanted, we could do the classic Doom view, right? The sweeping whistle is added. Cool, yes. But I think we'll keep it offset for now. Okay, so one thing that I want to do to make it feel more lively is give the view model a little bit of movement, right? So view model root, and that's a node 3D. View model root, okay. And then we also need the, what do we need? We need the, okay, that's, I wasn't expecting that. Okay. I'll have to figure that out later. The programmatically animated model is shown in your past tutorials. Yeah, pretty much everything, all the animations, I'm going to try to do as much of it procedurally because I hate animating. And I'd much rather just write some code to make it happen. Garbage person as in he who takes the trash out, not a terrible person kind. Okay, that's acceptable. Garbage, what are your thoughts on Cookie Clicker? I still think it's like one of the best idle games. I love Cookie Clicker. I love it. I love it. It's so simple and yet so compelling. I don't know how they managed that, but it's so good. It's so good. All right. I'm thinking. All right. Yeah, I know what I need to do. We need a VR chat-like game made in Godot, where all the avatars are just floating heads and hands in a texture size limit of 64 by 64. Is it all 64 by 64? If it is, that's really impressive, actually. I love that. I love that. 64 by 64. Yeah, like I am a true Cookie Clicker believer. Like that, it was the original and it was the best in my opinion. One idle game I've been playing recently is the Norp Apolog, where you could control these little dudes called Norps, and they attack this big rock to like that breaks into little shards that they collect, and you can use it to buy stuff and build things. And it's really cute and fun. I like it. I like it a lot. But it's still not as good as Cookie Clicker. Cookie Clicker is the original. There is another VR hangout game, Rec Room, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I've heard of that. There are a couple of them. Also, I don't know if it's a VR game specifically, but what was it, like Sony, like Worlds or something like that, or like Dreams or something? Is that still a thing? Was this Sony or something? I think so. Okay, time to put my jacket back on. All right. Okay. So one thing that I probably want to do. So we have the input dir, and that's pretty cool. And actually, we should make input dir another. We should do it up here instead. Okay, and then we can go ahead and change that to this. That way we can use this. Oh, whoops. It's not a vector 3. Okay. Dreams is a game which is basically a game engine for a PS4. Yeah, did they that thing that's still running, right? Like that they didn't shut that down, right? I think. And they updated it for PS5. Okay, cool. But that's not really a VR game, right? That's just it's just like a sandbox thing, right? And also, like, they don't use meshes, right? That's like the big thing. They don't use meshes. You know, it's all like some crazy like mathematical stuff. Pretty interesting. You can make VR games in it. I'm sure you can. Okay, so what we need to do, I think that's the one where someone's making an avatar, the last Airbender game. Oh, cool. Yeah, stuff like that is like really interesting and cool, but it also worries me, right? Because ultimately you're building a game on someone else's platform, and so they could just shut you down if they want, or if they don't like what you're doing, you know, they could just cut you, right? At any moment. And that's always the risk when you're building anything on a platform. You know, I know that very well, being a YouTuber. Let's see. Let's do view model. Let's call it view model. Movement. View model, or maybe like VM. Walk offset. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Give us your best British impression. Just say, "It's fucking Tuesday." Yeah, it's fucking Tuesday. They are notorious for this. Yeah. You got your tea and crumpets. Crumpets. Thanks, bro. I needed that. I kind of needed it too. Okay. Does anyone here know how to install FFmpeg with NVENV support? I've exhausted all 37,400 Google results. I do not know. I do not know. I am sorry. I am sorry. You know what I do? I use Linux, and I just say sudo apt install FFmpeg, and then it just does it. That's my only advice. That's what you did? Oh no. Okay then. I can't help you. No NVENC though. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with FFmpeg. I know it's important. I do not know anything about it. Sorry. Okay. All right, so what we'll do process, right? Okay, and so we'll create a vector 2, and we'll call this input anim vec, right? This is vector 2. Not 0. RM-RF, yes. That's that, yeah. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Just didn't come compiled with it. I tried compiling myself, but there's never-ending stream of missing dependencies. Yeah, that's the Linux experience right there. Okay. So input animvec equals lerp. Now we're gonna do the player dot input put dir, or in player dot input dir, and then we need to have a do input anim lerp. And we'll call that oh yeah, we can just do the speed or the Excel. Pros and cons of Linux, it's DIY, quite literally. Yes. And I guess that's kind of like part of the reason why I'm afraid of going into Arch, because like I do want to have some customizability, but I don't want to be doing everything, right? I don't want to spend my time tinkering with that kind of stuff. I just want an operating system that works and allows me to get the work done, right? Get my work done, right? And I don't feel like Arch is gonna be the right right distro for me if that's what I want. And so I probably just want to stay within Ubuntu. But I am thinking about switching off of Linux Mint, which is what I'm on right now. Just because I want to be able to put a custom window manager on it, but I can't with Linux Mint, right? Because the Cinnamon is like too integrated with the kernel, and so it's like you can't really do it. Pop! OS is wonderful. Yeah, I actually started with Pop! OS, but then but because I was stupid, I didn't really like understand how to use Linux. I was like getting frustrated with it. It's like, oh damn it, like fuck Pop! OS. I'm just gonna do Linux Mint. That's the one that everyone recommends. And I do like Linux Mint, but like I'm starting to see it's like the ways in which it restricts me. So I'm thinking maybe I'll give Pop! OS another try. Get Ubuntu. Is that a meme distro? Okay. All right. So. All right. So I think what we want to do, right? So for the view model root dot position equals vector 3, and then we want to do input or minus input animvec dot x, and then for y maybe nothing, and then minus input animvec dot z, right? Okay, right. Okay, x and then y, all right. It's anime Ubuntu. Kind of cool. Though I feel like you can probably make your own version, right? Like you don't have to use that to make have your waifu-fied distro. Okay, let's try this then. VM walk offset. Let's try it and see what happens. Okay. Okay, too much. That is too much. All right, I see. Okay, so we will have to dampen it a bit. You love it. We're gonna have to dampen it a little bit. So we'll do input anim damp, and we'll do like 0.1 or something. Just as the founding fathers intended. Yes. Input anim damp. Input anim dam. I wrote dam, which is kind of fitting for the whole demon theme, but no, readability is important. It's still a little much, but I think like you kind of like see what I'm getting at here, right? Like I think you understand. Yeah, we're gonna have to dampen it even more. We need Garbage to read this live. All right, what do I gotta read? Don't make it too sussy, please. It seems snappy. It sure does. I just don't want it to be like overly distracting, right? I'm gonna try bring it down a little bit more. That's too like, I think what it is, the acceleration is too fast. I think that's the problem here. So we'll just create our own lerp then. Lerp. Yeah, we don't need 20, that's for sure. 20 is too much. So maybe like 7. Garbage is Barack? Really? Am I? This is news to me. Once upon a time, there was a lovely princess, but she had an enchantment upon her of a fearful sort, which could only be broken by love's first kiss. And she was locked away in a castle guarded by a... Okay, so that's like definitely smoother, but then we need more. Okay, that's a little bit better. Maybe a little too much, so I'll do it too. I think that's okay. I don't know if I want... I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try having the gun move in the direction of the strafe, right? I think that looks a little more... I think it's more intuitive, right? We'll have to see when we put yeah, but we'll have to see when we give it like an actual model. But it looks good, like the lerping at least. Hey Mexin, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Alright, okay, so we got our random spread. That's too much spread, but you know, we're just making sure it works right now. At the top of the stairs loaded with grape shot. Tally ho lads, the grape shot shreds. 2 men in the blast, the sound and extra shrapnel set off car alarms. Fix bayonet and charge the last terrified rapscallion. He bleeds out waiting on the police to arrive since triangular bayonet wounds are impossible to stitch up, just as the founding fathers intended. Exactly. And by the way, any tips for audio processing for voiceover? I think probably the most important thing, or at least the most important thing that I've discovered so far, make sure that the audio going in, right, from the microphone, or like the audio going into your recording software is clean, right? Make sure it's not clipping before it goes in. And then I think like if you can improve the sound of the voiceover from the source, like with like room treatment or, you know, proper mic placement, that's way better than trying to EQ a good sound afterwards, right? And then don't go too heavy on compression. That's what I've been doing, at least. Honestly, I wouldn't mind defending a house from a robber with a musket. The mental image goes fucking hard. Just make sure you don't miss. Just make sure you don't miss. I guess you could use it as a club afterwards, but you probably just want to make sure you don't miss. Yeah, supply as much reverb and chorus as possible. Exactly. That's what you need for a nice voiceover. Okay, and also, what we're also going to do is we're going to do the view model rotation as well. So if event.is input mouse motion, then we will we'll do what is it review. Cowboy PvP is greater than every other PvP in the history of mankind. I agree. Hunt Showdown. Whatever else you got. Yes, I agree. Bow and arrow versus musket, 50 feet. Who wins? A musket. Musket wins. Yeah, like not even close. Musket wins. Seems a lot of great voiceover creators in chat as well. Feels good, man. Yeah, maybe we're like a little secret society of voiceover artists. I'm not even a voiceover artist. Okay, so get that view model rot. Have you guys heard of a game called Hrot? H-R-O-T. It's an indie first-person shooter. It's kind of a boomer shooter type of thing. Have you heard of that? I admittedly don't know how far 50 feet is, but if the musket misses, that's like a 2-minute reload. Yeah, but like hitting anything with a bow at 50 feet is harder than it sounds. Right? Especially if you're not trained. I don't know. Well, you know, there's a reason why muskets replaced the bow and arrow in combat, right? There's a reason for that. Well, the reason I think why it's called Hrot or H-Rot is because of horizontal rotation, right? That's a thing that you deal with a lot in first-person shooters is horizontal rotation. And I'm thinking that's just like a cheeky little reference to that. This is crazy. I'm trying to get into game deving. I haven't made any progress yet. Just trying to decide on an engine right now. Well, first of all, great that you're getting into game dev. As far as engine, honestly, any engine, whatever makes you feel comfortable, or whatever you find easiest to learn, use that. It's gonna do fine. Pygame. I mean, you laugh, but you can make games in Pygame. You can make good games in Pygame. Use the Source 1 engine. Hell yeah. Or yeah, the original Quake engine, ID Tech 1 or whatever. Yeah. Okay, so view model rot. Rotate _y. Dag to rad. Let's see. And then we'll set the we'll do like 5 or something, and then max VM rot is like, it's like what like maybe like 8 degrees, something like that. Okay, dig to rad. Minus event. relative dot x times VM rot speed. We'll just do that for the other axis as well. New model rotation dot x equals clamp. And then we will do dig to red. And then minus max VM rot. And then dig to red max VM rot. Okay, and then we just copy that. Let's see, what's the problem here? View model not declared in current scope. Okay. Let's see. Let's read some comments. Depends on the target. Silhouette bow might hit sure, but musket blows a messy expanding hole with a solid chunk lead. That were the early bullets. Formation. Musket 100%. Yo, a fellow Windows 10 user. Let's go. Yeah, I only use Windows 10 for my streaming PC, which is this one here. Normally I use Linux for everything, but Windows, does games and stuff better, so I still have a use for it. If my head wasn't full of music knowledge, it would likely be filled with code knowledge, but sadly we do not live in a universe where I know how to code. Instead, I know how to play the 7 modes. And I wish I knew how to play the 7 modes. I think you can learn both. I think you can know both. Right? Code is much easier than it looks. Like literally all you have to do is watch one of those like intro to C++ videos on YouTube or something, and it'll teach you how to code the whole language in like 4 hours. You just have to follow the examples. It's much simpler than you might think. Also, like, I'm sure you don't remember me, but I used to pop into your streams all the time a few years back. Back then I wanted to be a doctor, and here I am wanting to be a game dev now. I recognize the name. I mean, it has been a while. Yeah, this is true. It has been a while, but I'm glad to hear you want to be a game dev. Whatever path you choose, do it, put your everything into it. Wait, have I been? No, I've not been streaming for 4 hours, right? Okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, well, like, think about this, right? You can either watch a 4-hour video and learn C++, or you can take a college course on programming. That's going to take you, what, like a couple of years, and you're probably not going to learn the entire thing, or you're not going to learn a lot, right? And you're going to spend a lot of money. So it's up to you. It's up to you, Do you remember the name Tehran Zantar? Yes, I do. I actually do. Is that you? Python feels much more sleek to my eyes. I mean, it's definitely got its perks for writing it. Right? C++ is a little bit different. It can be kind of clunky to write in, but they had their own, pros and cons. It is you. Well, welcome back. Let's see. What else do I need to do? All right, we need to change this to Y. And then The last thing we need to do. Oh, we need to change this to rotation degrees. And then we don't need to do this then. Oh, hey, Moy. Welcome. Welcome back. It has been a while. It certainly has. Garbage, what's your favorite music genre? Oh, you wanna know what I actually am enjoying unironically these days? Country music. I am unironically enjoying country music. Right, because a lot of the pop music I hear on the radio nowadays sounds, I don't know, it just sounds like really dissonant to me. Like there's like, and it sounds like manufactured. But country feels like there's like an actual person writing the song, right? And so I kind of been appreciating that. I mean, I'll listen to everything, right? I love all kinds of music, right? Hip hop, rock, alternative, pop, breakcore. I love that stuff. Yeah, like there's no shame in liking country music. Lerp angle. I think that might be the better one to do. And then let's see, VM. We'll try VM rot speed. See if that works. Argument 1 should be float, but it's vector 3. Ah, okay. We can't do that. It has to be lerp. I'm glad you didn't say AI generated music. Yeah, I mean, like I said, like I have like zero interest in using or consuming anything that's been like assembled by AI. Like I just don't have an interest, right? I don't hate it. I don't love it. I just am not interested, you know? A good folk / country song is The Inheritance by the Deer Hunter. I haven't heard that one, I think. Mo, you want a Discord server? Interesting. It's definite. I mean, it can be like a valuable thing to do. It's definitely a lot of work. A lot of work. All right, let's see if this works then. Okay, that something's wrong here. Something is wrong here. I do feel like there's something wrong going on here. This femboy couldn't care less. A fellow femboy? I mean, you can call me a femboy if you want. I'm actually trans, but femboy is fine too. I think there might be something wrong there. Let's see what happened here. I bet it's because of this here. Let's see. Or you know what? I bet the rotation speed is too much. I bet you. I'm willing to bet. Like I bet if we do like 0.1, it'll be much slower. In this case, we'll change that to like 5.0. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. That's more what we're looking for here. Yeah, but yeah, okay. But even then, it's still too strong. So like 0.05 maybe. Gun looks like a fish. Yeah, here we go. That's much better. Yeah, we. But what if rot speed higher? Then you get the spin. You get the spinning gun, you know? Okay, it actually needs to be even less intense. Yeah, there we go. That feels better. Garage, you should make a video about publishing a game. That seems great topic for like 3-minute VOD. I would, but the problem is I've never published a game. Well, I guess I have published the game demo, but I don't actually have a whole lot of experience on that, so I mean, it is something that I would like to talk about at some point. Okay, yeah, this feels good. This feels good. Booty blasting was the shit. Yeah, it's sad, right? Because like I had every intention to finish it, but then it was starting to become just too big of a project, and I was like really starting to like become unhappy and stressed out. Yeah, like I said, I just have a lot of regret about that whole situation, and I don't want to ever go back to that again. Right? I don't ever want to disappoint people like that again. And so we're taking this seriously here. The player experiencing shock after enough damage, rot speed equals the inverse of the player's health. Yes, there you go. There you go. Okay, well, this looks good. Next, we'll work on the firing animation then. But first, I need to go and get some water and pee. So I'll be right back, okay? Question: did she bring the mic with her? Is that what you really want? Do you really want me to bring my microphone into the bathroom with me so you can hear me relieve myself? I mean, I'm not surprised. No. Okay, good answer. Good answer. Oh, Harper, you got NVENG working. Okay, cool. All right. Okay, so yeah, next thing we shall do is work on the firing animations. So we're gonna need view model anim for that. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this mic. Yes. I think even if I did take my mic with me, if I'm not like pointing it directly at the sound, like the sound source, like it's not really gonna be that it's gonna be hard to hear because like this mic is like very directional, you know. Okay. All right, so now we will do a func VM fire anim, and then we also need a VM fire return, and I'll explain what these do in a bit. Okay, and then also we need to create a tween, so VM fire anim tween. Okay, so VM fire anim tween equals get tree dot create tween. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, we also need recoil or max recoil, and then float max rotation. Okay, that should be it. Me about to burst out in laughter, but I remember everyone else is asleep, so I have to laugh in my head. A shame. You know, you should let that laughter out. You know, you should let your joy be heard. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's what we need. Okay, and okay, so then VM fire and tween property, and that way we need to view model anim, the property position, right? And so the final variant is whoopsie. Var recoil X or recoil Z, that's what we need, equals rand. Actually, do we need, no, we might not need that. Okay, so we might not need to do a It would be kind of weird. Okay, so max recoil, or rather, okay, yeah, there we go. And then the duration. Oh, right. Okay, so we do need a duration too. Okay. And then flow. Okay. Okay. Just yell as loud as you can so when you laugh, everyone's already awake and you're good. Yeah, there you go. One of these days, I'm going to let all the suppressed feelings out and I'm going to scream at the top of my lungs. Yeah, yeah, do it. Yeah, I would recommend letting out your feelings on a regular basis. Actually, on a regular basis, it's quite nice to do that. Yeah, let them out in a non-violent way, I guess, but let them out. You know, that's yeah, something I learned going through this whole transition thing. Is importance of your feelings. You must nurture your feelings. Okay, and then we also let's make this consecutive. That make set, is it set parallel? Yeah, set parallel. There we go. When did you start the transition? A little over a year ago. And we're starting to see some pretty good results now. And so that makes me very happy. And can't wait to see where I am in another year. Little over a year. Since you gave up on making your game, do you think you can make mine? No. Sorry. Yeah, I don't do stuff like that. Okay, let's see. So we need a rotation X. Rot X. We'll just call it Rot X. Man's trying to riz. Yeah, for a dev salary, I might consider it. Not a Blizzard dev salary, though. Hot take of the month right there. Pay for 1 hour and see what you come up with. You'll get this. You'll get a golden bean. 500K a year. Yeah, I hear that PHP devs do get paid a lot because like nobody likes to do PHP, but there's still a need for it. At least it's golden. Yes, at least it's golden. Okay, so that's like our random rotation x-axis. Then we just got to do that for every other axis too. Y and Z. And then, so this is rot X, rot Y, rot Z, okay? How much do they pay for people to program in binary? Do they pay people to do that? I don't know. Maybe like if you're in embedded systems or something, maybe. I don't know. Even then, you're going to be working in assembly at at the lowest level. Battle Royale skins be like, yeah. $100 for buff Peter Griffin. I'm actually looking to pay someone to make my game. I have an intelligent estimate of 50K, but my budget is only 5K. I see. And how long do you think that development's going to go for? Because 50K might pay for one developer for a year, maybe. But if your game development goes on for like 5 years, then you got to come up with 5 times that amount, right? There are no graphics in the game. Everyone is capsule and shoot lasers. You could do that yourself. Honestly, just save yourself the 50K. Learn how to use Godot or something and make it yourself. Like, it's so much cheaper. I don't want to learn how to program. Trust me, it is easy. It is easy, it is simple. Just do it. You can do it, believe in yourself. I didn't think that I had the capability to learn programming, and I learned it. Okay, what am I doing here? What am I, is this weapon function? Okay. Okay, and then so this is what's going on here is this is the part of the firing animation where the gun recoils back, and then once this happens, then we need to return the gun back to its original position. So that's called VM fire return. But we still have a few more things to do here. So await VM fire anim tween dot is are finished. Okay, and then we call VM fire return. I have a basic understanding of Unreal Engine blueprints. Well, that's good. I could never wrap my head around what blueprints were in Unreal Engine. Otherwise, I would probably be more knowledgeable about it, but I am not. Did you hear what I just said? I just said, if I knew more about Unreal Engine blueprints, I would probably be more knowledgeable about it. Yes, I think that would make sense. That's funny. Simulated bolt cycling, trigger mechanism, hammer striking the fire pin, primer ignition, rifling, etc. That's a lot of those are a lot of like very, very, I mean, all of it is doable for sure. There's a very realistic weapon simulation for sure. Okay, and so now to return the animation, we just need to do the same thing but backwards. Just copy and paste. And then position, and then this we just set it to vector 3.0, and this vector 3.0. Okay, AK. What's happening here? Oh, okay, yeah. So we just have to float return duration. Return duration. Return duración. Should simulate it just for the sound and do doo-doo graphics over the top. I mean, you may be memeing, but actually, I think like realistic weapon simulation combined with simple like graphics, I think that's underrated. I think that's underrated. Jams 99 out of 100 times. That would be the beginner's Tarkov experience. I do doo-doo doodles. What a coincidence, so do I. Okay, so this should work. Should. Let's see. Maybe we await the animation finishing. And then maybe we may not need to do anything with that, so we'll see. Okay, so let's go ahead and camera root dot vm fire anim, and they will just give it like some random values. So the position, there's a position, right? So 0.002 might be what we need, and then rotation, maximum rotation, I think we just do like 0.2, and then for the duration do like 0.03. Let's see if that works. Rotation, duration, okay, let's try it. VM fire anim, okay, let's try it. It's not working. Okay. Okay, good to know. What game are you making, bro? We're making a small little game. So it's gonna be like it's a first-person shooter game, but it's like a Vampire Survivors first-person shooter. And so you're fighting off like waves of demons, and then if you die, you go back to the main menu, and then you can buy like upgrades and stuff. Pretty simple. We want to keep it like manageable, right? Because I don't want to give up on another game, right? So that's what we're doing here. Main menu is called Steakhouse. That's what that's one of the suggestions for sure. For sure. I can't guarantee it's going to be called that, but it's fun to think about. Oh, hey, thank you. The Driak. Thank you for 420. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for letting me show that image to people. Yeah, I'll write it down. The Steakhouse. The Steakhouse, spelled with A-K-E, not. Okay. Let's see. What's going on here then? Why is it not working? Oh, because I didn't assign it. Okay, yes. It's always something like that. That was beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Again, thank you so much for donating. It means it means so much. Also, my donation came with a message. Ooh, I should read that. Okay. Let's see how we're going to do this. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm just going to my Stream Elements dashboard to read the message. So let's see. Sounds sick. You should add a bunny with a gun. I feel like I've heard of this somewhere. Why does this sound familiar? I think, was it like a cat gun? Oh, you should add a bunny with a gun. Okay, okay. Like a demonic bunny or a rabbit with a gun. Perhaps. I shall keep it in mind. I should definitely do it. It does sound like a fun idea. I'm gonna write that down too. Rabbit with a gun. Maybe that's like a final boss or something. Okay, let's see if this works now. Okay, it does work, but the animation is tiny. It is tiny animation. Okay, so, but it is working. It is working at the very least. So let's try 0, 1, and then maybe like 2 degrees. And then it's too fast too, so. Let's try that. Okay, now it's too slow. Okay, okay, but you see what I'm getting at here, right? How am I controlling my avatar? I'm using a program called VC Face, right? I made a 3D model, and then there are programs that use a webcam or like your iPhone to track your face movements, and then it animates the model. It's pretty cool stuff. Let's see. Yeah, that's more like it. We can tweak it to look better. Like for example, we can set trends. Let's see. That's trends. Why won't it autocomplete? Like, it's kind of inconsistent how that works. What is it? Tween? Oh yeah, tween. There we go. Tween dot. Yeah, trans sign, and that should be pretty good. Yo, Garbage, how you been? Doing good, doing good. Just, as you can see, we're just doing a little bit of game dev stuff right now. I mean, right now it looks rough, right? But we can always improve that. All right, we're just doing this as we're just making sure that it works at the moment. Gun model do be twerking, yeah. It's a little fast. It's a little fast, I will say. So we're trying to find a good speed. And it's probably rotating a bit too much. Yeah, something like that. Like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're gonna customize all of this later. We just need to make sure that it works, and it is working. And that it works no matter like what direction the gun is pointed at and everything. That's kind of the reason why I have it all like kind of like separated into different nodes and stuff. That's the whole point. Bullet cheat mode and separate the projectile source from the model. That is what I'm doing. That is what I'm doing, right? The gun is just there for looks, basically. The projectile source is the middle of the screen, right? We could go all fancy and make it, you know, from the barrel and everything, but again, we're trying not to increase our workload here. We want to keep the game simple and we want to make it quick. And then also we can erase this here. Jiggle physics next. Yes, that's the most important thing. Stormtrooper spray. Yeah, we'll like, you know, we'll make it more realistic in a bit. Weapon idea: rocket launcher that shoots wooden sticks. Like, well, because like I was thinking like I might want to put like to have like a rocket launcher, but what if it was a steak launcher instead? We'll have to keep that in mind. Yeah, like a wooden railgun. Yeah, that'd be kind of neat, I think. Okay, so we got all of that done, but I don't want to be using like a box for the model, right? All the entire time. So I think we will make a model, right? Kind of weird question. I don't know how to say this, but what's your poly count? I don't remember the exact amount, but my model has, I want to say roughly, I think it might be like in the ballpark of 700 to 1,000 tries, something like that. And I think like 90% of it is in the hair. Small poly count for someone your size. Yeah. Never ask a woman her poly count. Depends on the woman. Or a femboy how many blowhighs they own. I think you ask a femboy or a trans girl how many blowhighs they own, they are more than happy to tell you. They'd be more than happy to tell you. Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and make a 3D model then. Let's make it nice and quick. You won't even have to ask, probably. Yeah, they'll just volunteer the information. Okay. You're higher poly than you look. Yeah, I know, right? Like my model looks like I'm made of like 3 triangles, but there's actually quite a bit more there. Okay. Let me go ahead and pull up Blender. Yes, like the IKEA shark. God damn it. My little tablet that I'm using as my second monitor is too small, so I can't see all the drop down menus. It's infuriating, and so I need to get myself a bigger monitor. Okay. All right. Default cube. Yeah, we're actually not gonna delete default cube, believe it or not. Never enough monitors. Yeah, it really does feel like, right? You think, oh man, I'm good with 2 monitors. And then 2 monitors, not enough. So it's like, okay, fine, I'll get a 3rd monitor. And then that's enough, more than enough. And then you get 3 monitors. And it's like, this is great. Until you run out of space again. And then it's like, yeah, it just continues until you have like a 360, Dyson sphere of monitors around you. You're like in like a battle station. Yeah, it's always like that. That's the progression, how it always progresses. 1 vertical monitor is all you need. Honestly, you know what? Maybe, huh? Just use a VR headset. Actually, that's pretty smart, right? Because then you can have like theoretically unlimited number of screens. That's not, yeah. And delete default cube, open menu, add cube. Yes. So delete, and then open, add a new cube. Also, let's get rid of these. Okay. All right. So now we need to add like a reference image. So give me a second while I do that. Okay. And that's our reference image, and we'll move that here. Let's see what else we got to do. Let's make it a little bit more opaque. The AR dream. All the screens, wherever, whenever. Exactly. My favorite eye drop is bleach. How about you? Jesus H Christ. That would be a baller texture just to slap on. Yeah, I don't think this is a if I'm gonna have to find a like a public domain image though. If I'm gonna do that, we don't want to get copyright. Let's see. Okay, so my player controller is like let's see. It's like this, right? So then we want to make it about this size then. So something like maybe like this size. Or is that right? Because 1 Blender cube, I believe, is the same as 1 cube in Godot. I'm not too sure. Can't reuse the one you had in Booty Blastin'. I mean, I could, but I kind of just want to make it even simpler than that. And so, right, because I kind of want to keep the game kind of looking low poly so that like it doesn't take too long to make, right? And so I want to make everything look simple and simplistic, right? Is this right? I'm not sure. I think it's right. I think it's right. Okay. Yeah, I've done this so many times at this point. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and put a mirror modifier on it. Also, what happened to my chat? Where is it? Is there like a maximum number of sources you can have on OBS? Maybe, huh? An organic Game Boy shown? Oh, and you're talking about 3D printing. Oh, okay. Have any of you ever held a real AK in your hands before? Because when I held one for the first time, I was really shocked by how like thin it is. It's like very narrow. That was like very surprising to me. Yeah, we want to keep this super simple, super simple. Yeah, like cause in video games, like the AK always looks like really like just chunky, but that's not how they look. That's not how they are. Okay, that's fine. And yes, they are really fucking heavy. Like incredibly heavy. I was so shocked. Russian engineering, yeah, exactly, right? Slow down with the polygons. yeah. It's way too many polygons. Let's see. the handle, the grip has more polygons than the entire gun. Add a cylinder? No. I'll show you. I'll show you what's gonna happen. I have to 1, draw a cylinder, 2, extrude, 3, remove material. That's pretty much the entire process. That is true. Okay, so now we got to do the magazine. Okay, let's see. All right, looking good, looking good. Yeah, I guess I should save this. Let's see. Okay. AK-74. Okay. I could totally 3D print a guitar. I mean, yeah. Actually, yeah, you could. You absolutely could. Okay, and now time for the barrel. And so for that, we're not even going to use a cylinder. We're going to use a cube, rotated 45 degrees. Put that right there. Let's see. Why don't I make it bigger? Right, because I don't even want to mess around with like doing all this stuff. We're just going to keep it super simple. Yeah, like we're not even gonna. Well, we give zero fucks here. We give zero fucks. We're just getting it done, you know. And it's still gonna look cool. It's still gonna look cool. Trust me. Make the barrel a triangle. I think having it be a diamond. It's low poly enough. It's low poly enough. Maybe move that down a bit. Yeah, this is adequate. And then we'll throw some what's it? We'll throw some textures on there to make it look fancier, but otherwise we don't really need much of anything. Okay, so finally let's do the trigger guard. This should also be pretty easy to do. Okay, move that down there, move this up, maybe rotate it. And then, here's what I like to do for this sort of thing. Oh, what is this? What's happening here? Oh, I see. Is there a face in there? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. And decimate the modifier. Yes. That's the answer to everything. It's just decimate everything. Okay, and then we inset And then we extrude inward like that, and then we just get rid of this face, and we have a trigger guard. Woohoo! And yeah, again, it doesn't need to be super detailed or anything. And then we can get rid of the polygons up here because no one's gonna see them. Yeah. It's super low poly and yet it looks fine. It looks fine. I guess we could do something for here. Yep, there we go. That's our AK. No trigger, no charging handle, no iron sights, no safety. Yeah, exactly. This is how we roll. This is how we roll. We can probably add more detail if we want, if we have more time. But this is fine. This is totally acceptable. Okay, and then we'll just add some simple colors here. Right, so we can separate this out here. We can create a seam. Same thing right here. Make that a seam. I think that's all we need to do. Okay, so then call this dark gray, and that's gonna be like this, something like that, yeah. And then for here and for these here, we're going to assign a new material, call it orange, or maybe like burgundy, right? And then that's gonna be like a dark reddish color, maybe a little bit on the purple side. Maybe a bit orange. Yeah, orange is fine. And then we assign that, and then we have our that. Looking good, looking good. Roughness all the way up. And roughness all the way up, and then we'll add like textures to it later to make it look more detailed, but for now we're just doing it as quickly as possible. Maybe we want to turn this, we want to make this like a black plastic, right? So black. Turn the roughness all the way up. Make this like even darker, right? Yeah, something like that. It hardly looks any different, which is fine, which is fine. And then make this, this needs to be a different color, right? So this will be proper like red. And then maybe a bit, yeah, something like that. Yeah, roughness all the way up. All polymer and metal, no wood. I guess we could do that, huh? We could go for like the with the purple furniture instead. Like this could be like a AK 103 or something. Actually, what if we What if we made this the black material? It's like the same color. It's like literally the same color. There's like no difference. Let's see if we turn this up a bit. Then it looks weird. Nah. This is fine. Okay, and so we're just going to do a quick export on this. Or actually, I think what I'll do is I'll make a duplicate of this. And I will move this to a new collection. Call it AK joined. Right, and that way we just literally just join everything after we apply the modifiers. I think that's everything. So then after they just Control J to make it one model. AK-74. There we go. Ready to go. What type of game are we making? So we're making a first-person vampire survivors type game where you're fighting off hordes of demons, basically. And it's going to be like in one level. I'm thinking it's probably going to be like an indoor level, but like big enough where you can like run around in freely. And then, you know, you get one life, and if you die, you go back to the main menu, and then you can purchase like upgrades and whatever, and do all that kind of stuff. You know, typical survivor experience, but with first-person shooter. Apparently, there's also a pump action AK. Pretty cursed. I've never heard about this, but I won't put it past the Russians to make something like that. Okay, all right, let's export this model as the GLTAF. Selected objects, and then we need to export the there aren't any modifiers, but we do need to export the materials. Okay, yeah, everything looks good, so we'll export it. Oh, I guess I should make sure that all the transforms are applied to. Okay, let's export it again. Export. Okay, should be good to go. So let's go ahead and get out of there. Back into Godot. All right. So here we will create a new folder called View Models. And let's say we'll create a folder, AK, or maybe we just call it Assault Rifle. Okay. Yeah, hold on, give me a second. Okay, let's see. Okay, so here it is imported. And I don't know why Godot changed it to this here. It's so like weird. I don't like it, but it is what it is, you know. Okay, set paths, reimport, and we got our model here. Okay, now we can just get rid of this. Okay, let's rename that. Assault rifle. Okay. And so we should just be able to drag and drop it in, right? So here, I guess we can create a new mesh. Or actually, you know what I want to do? I want to create a scene for it specifically. So we'll do that. A mesh instance. Call this assault rifle. Okay. We'll save it as under view model assault rifle. Save it. Okay. And then we plug it in. And there it is in the engine. It's so that pump action AK is not a Russian firearm, it's Romanian. Oh, okay. It feels more like something from Khyber Pass, like the bolt action 8mm Mauser with 20 round magazine. Didn't Forgotten Weapons do a video on that? Or was it a different channel? But yeah, you see some like really interesting guns from people that like regions where they just make the guns from hand, like by hand, using like scrap metal and stuff. It's so interesting. There are many gun channels. Yeah, there are a lot. Yeah, I remember like I saw a video about a rifle that was like an old like Sharps rifle. At least it had like the Sharps like breech mechanism, but then it was like bolted onto like a Mauser or something like that. And it's like, what is going on? Are you making a new game? Sorry, kind of behind on the garbage lord. I didn't even know you streamed until it just showed up in my feed. Yeah, so we are in fact starting a new project. It's going to be like a small little game. So we're making like a first-person shooter vampire survivor type game. Yeah, because I've been wanting to make something ever since I canceled Booty Blastin'. Right, but I want to make sure that like I can actually finish it, so we're keeping the scale very small, you know, and not try not to go too crazy with it. So that's what we're doing now. We're keeping everything simple. People handcrafting weapons from scrap. You just described the conception of Delisle silenced carbine. I have not heard of that. Sounds kind of cool though. Okay, let's go ahead and put that there. Assault rifle. Should just plug right in, right? It's kind of big. I'm not gonna lie. Let's see what it looks like in the camera view. Okay, so one thing we do need to do is put this let's see, 3D render. Okay, so the last layer, I like to call it in dev, right? And so all of the stuff like the bean and all that goes into dev, because we don't want the camera to see it, and we don't want it to interact with lighting or anything like that. And so we put that in the last one right there, and then the camera, we say do not render anything in layer 20. Yeah, and so like it doesn't do like self-shadowing and stuff doesn't happen anymore. Glad to hear you're starting a new one. Yeah, I want to do this, you know. I've been wanting to do this for a while, so let's make it happen. Okay, camera pause, or wait, no. We need to offset, that's right. So kind of move it down. Want to move it forward. Maybe something like that. I don't know. We'll adjust it and see how it looks. One thing we are gonna one issue we're gonna run into, however, is the whole good old gun clipping into the walls situation. Is it a recreation of Valorant and PS1? No, we're not doing that. I mean, it looks good. It looks good. And then the animation looks a little crude, but we can work on that for sure. Maybe use sub viewport to the gun. No, I'm thinking what I'm gonna do. I'm just not gonna care. It's gonna clip. Whatever. Who cares? That's the solution. We're not like, we don't care. Okay, but at least it works. It looks fine. Yeah, and then let's make it full auto then. Paintballs until further notice. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, let's make it full auto. Okay, and so to do that, we're actually going to reformat the code a little bit. All right, so we're gonna create this. And so this one is going to be called the assault rifle. Okay. And so we're gonna let's see, what do we call this? Weapon slots or something like that. Okay, and then we'll do a. Oh wait, no, we don't even need to do that. We could just say active weapon. And then equals, we'll just call it assault rifle. It's one of those jelly bean Springer pistols. Man. Do, are cap guns still a thing? Do those still exist? Are those still being sold to children? Okay, so here we're gonna go ahead. They are. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised, to be honest, that they're still being sold. Set off the fire alarm in a hotel last year with one. Oof. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Okay, let's see. All right, so we're just gonna go ahead and completely cut that out. And we're gonna comment this out for now. And we're gonna put this here, primary. And so basically we're gonna, and then we need to get a reference. So export var weapon function, and that's the node. Weapon no function right here. Okay. Okay, so if not weapon function dot primary active, return. Oh, and we do need a reference to the camera root as well. Okay. Yes, I am talking about the full-size primer cap revolvers. I don't think I remember like you used to be able to buy those at like gas stations and stuff. I haven't seen that in a while, so I don't know if they're still being sold. Camera root is on node 3D. And that's all we need. Will it be open world or not? No, it will not be open world. it's going to be one level that you return to multiple times. And then later on, if the game gets successful, I might add some more levels. But it's meant to be like a really just tiny little game, super compact, right? And it's just like just one simple game loop, and that's it. And we're just gonna focus on making that the best that we can with the resources we have. Okay, also, let's see. All right, so we need to be able to time. We need to have a cooldown for the firing, right? So actual lethal firearms have become more accessible than toy guns. I mean, in the United States, kind of always has been. No procedural terrain gen. You don't want to invest decades. Yeah, I kind of want to get this done in like 3 to 6 months if possible. Maybe even sooner, you know? Okay. I love living in the US. I do too. You know, I am not a gun hater for sure. I am not a gun hater. That being said, you know, I'm not like dogmatic about guns, right? I just like them. I appreciate them. But I'm not crazy about them, you know? Okay, maybe a little crazy, but not like that. Okay, so yeah, we need to be able to keep track of the cooldown. So we're gonna create a var called time, or like tick since last fire, right? And that's an int. Gonna start with 0. You need a VFX muzzle, yeah, like some like. We can add some muzzle flash, stuff like that. Guns are awesome for their harmonic mechanics, not for their lethal potential. I'm not entirely sure what that means, but yeah. I mean, they're plenty lethal too. I would say that that's kind of like the reason why they exist, right? Is to be lethal. All right. Okay, and then we also need a cooldown, right? So let's call this, or we'll make it a const, and then fire or primary cooldown. Yeah, we'll call it primary cooldown, and this is also in int, and this is in milliseconds, right? So I think like maybe like 90 milliseconds is good for cooldown. Okay, okay, so if, let's see, what is it? Time dot get time, wait, no, what is it? Get ticks in milliseconds, right? Minus tick since last fire is less than primary cooldown, and return, right? Okay, and if it's not, then it will fire, and when it does fire, we will then record the next tick, right? So maybe we'll do it up here, right? Tick equals time dot get ticks milliseconds. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Okay, right. So then if the primary is active, okay, so what we'll do Okay, so then var active weapon. Oh wait, no. For active equals get node active weapon. That's the active. And then we will call the primary function on the active weapon. Should work. It should work. You're not a real programmer. You're properly naming variables. Am I? I mean, I try my best. I try to keep things readable if possible. Their mechanics, gun mechanics are satisfying to watch when everything works together. Like, who doesn't love seeing miniguns sending lead downrange at thousands of rounds a minute? I mean, I love it, that's for sure. And I see what you mean. I see it. It's like a marvel of engineering. You need to add a weapon that looks like a cat shooting lasers from its eyes. That would be hilarious. Fanatic, how did you learn coding, Godot? Okay, so I'll give you the basic rundown. So first things first, I basically learned how to program in general, right? So I watched a YouTube video teaching me like the basics of C++. Right, it was like 4 hours long. I did all the examples and everything, and I learned how to program C++, right? And that gives me a general idea of how to program. And then after that, I just basically learned GD script. It's like once you know how to program in one language, you can pretty much figure out how to program in every other language, right? Because they all have the similar logic. It's just different syntax and stuff like that. And so after that, it becomes a lot easier to learn how to program GD script. Okay, let's see if this works. All right. Oh, okay, it crashed. All right, that's okay. What did we miss? Oh, we're missing camera roots, I bet. Yeah. Okay. Unless your first language is Python. I mean, I guess that's like, because I think before I tried learning C++, I tried learning Python, but it confused me so bad. I don't know why, right? For some reason, like I found C++ more logical and easier to understand than Python. And so that's why I went with C++. All right, let's see if it works. Yep, okay. Yep, full auto. We got full auto. It's working. Gun's looking kind of wild, but it works. Okay, so that's good. And let's just maybe make it look a little bit better, right? So we will set some variables. I love guns and I hate guns. I hate people using guns to end other people's life, but sending the lead to hit the non-lethal target is a vibe. Same as shooting bow and arrow, I guess. Yeah, I you know, and it's the guns are dangerous, they are lethal, and it is important to understand that, right? Because I think people don't understand that. Like, guns are lethal, right? They kill, and it is not a good thing to kill people, right? So keeping that in mind, yes, like it is okay to like enjoy guns for, you know, like target practice or whatever. Just like don't romanticize guns, right? Because they are machines built to kill people, you know, and that's extremely important to remember. Guns are hecking lethal to own itself as well. They do cause, like, yes, like a lot of people die from like gun negligence, like handling negligence. It is true. It happens a lot. Okay, let's do this one last thing, and then I think I'm gonna call it there. It's one of my longer streams, actually. It didn't feel like it was 4 hours because I was enjoying myself. Okay, so we want to do var max recoil maybe equals, because 0.2 is a little too much, so maybe 0.1. And then for the rotation, it doesn't need to be that much either. Maybe like 0.95 might be good. And then the speed was okay, so we'll just keep that. Oh, wait, what am I doing? For our max rotation, oh, I should call it max VM recoil, because otherwise people have no idea what I'm talking about, right? So then this is 0.95, and then var VM anim duration equals 0.03. Okay, there we go. VM recoil, max VM rotation, and then VM anim duration. There we go. Let's see if that looks better. And also it'll help once we add like a little bit of camera shake and some other effects. Yeah, it's still a little wild looking for my taste, but it's definitely better. So we'll reduce the rotation a bit more, maybe like 6. Yeah, let's try that. I always try to view guns as a more complicated firework. I mean, that's what they are, right? They're essentially, yeah, like you're putting a projectile in a metal tube and using a bomb to send it flying forward, and that's pretty much what a firework is. Okay, this looks good to me. This looks good. Okay. And also we get unlimited ammo. Right, and then when you move around, it looks pretty natural, like the gun's all just moving around and everything. It looks good, looks good. And then I guess next time we'll add like a walking animation. We'll add the arms for the view model. And we'll start working on AI or enemies and AI and level design and all that other stuff. It's there's a bit to do. There's a bit to do, but not as much as some other games might. You must have one hell of a silencer on that. A silencer on an AK? I guess it can happen. Oh yeah, I think I should also do something to like an animation to show that you're jumping. I should probably do that, but again, we'll take care of that next time. Okay, all right. A true silencer can't hear anything at all. Yeah, that's right. Like no sound whatsoever. That's another thing. We do have to do sound design as well. That's gonna be that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun. Okay. This is great. This is great. Oh, you know what I should do? I should have added like a front. I need to add the front iron sight on this gun. I was like, why does it look weird? Why does it look weird? And it's because I don't have the front iron sight. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. Okay, coding is easy, but how did you learn all Godot things like rand f range? It's just little things that basically after you've gained like a basic amount of knowledge on how to use Godot, and you kind of like generally know your way around, then the documentation actually becomes useful. And then so you can look up things like, how do I get a random float range between these two numbers or something? And then the documents will have something for you. And yeah, so it's like crazy. Like the documentation actually becomes useful, and it's at the point where I pretty much only refer to documentation now. I don't really do tutorials unless it's like a really like big brain concept. Yeah, the documentation is good for about 99% of everything I need now. Though there are areas where it could be better. All right. Let's get out of here. And let's go back to the chatting screen. Okay. All right. Huh? It says I've been online for 3 days. What? Okay, I'm gonna have to look into that. I don't know what's going on there, but okay. Okay. Yeah. Turns out I'm an endurance streamer. I've been doing this for what, 72 hours. Oh my god. Lied by private? No, I don't think so. I have no idea. But I'm gonna have to check on that. That's weird. That is weird. I hope I haven't just been like streaming without knowing it. Okay, all right. I think that's gonna be it for today. So thank you all for joining. That was actually like a really enjoyable one. And so I think I'm gonna be doing this a lot more, right? Especially since I want to finish the game like soon. I think there's gonna be a lot more game dev streams. We will, mix it up with more variety as well. And then there are a couple of other like interesting ones I want to do. Like I do want to do a karaoke stream. I just kind of have to like practice some songs and get like a set list together. But when that's ready, we'll do one of those. And who else? Who knows what else we're gonna do? Oh yeah, I want to do some more model updates. We're working on a pretty decent overhaul of my model right now. I'll probably be streaming that again soon. But yeah, okay, all right. Thank you all for stopping by. That was really fun. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for all the donations. Thank you for all the subscriptions. And yeah, so I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Make sure to get plenty of rest and hydration. And I'll see you later, okay? See you later. Yeah. See you later. I'll see you next time, okay? Bye-bye.